Do you hear me now? It should be okay now. I think it should be okay now. Apparently my OBS threw out my microphone in the settings because I changed some things. Hey everyone, thank you for dropping in. Ah, God. Where? Okay. Let me reset my password. What do we have here? Why does it happen to me now? Really? Okay. Okay. So this is my password. Man, why is it not working? Okay, I'm not gonna reset it if you tell me it's wrong. Oh. It wasn't a password issue, it was my keyboard that doesn't like my letter. I think I have to save my keyboard somehow, because when I type the I, it sometimes doesn't work. For odd reasons. For reasons unknown to me. Okay. Let me see. Game, do you show up? Yay, game shows up. But as far as I know, my dear Streamlabs goals do not update itself again. Nope, they did not update itself. When was the last time I did that? Yep. I love it. I love it when technology is not doing what it is supposed to. That's the wrong one. Where is it? Here. Okay. It updated. Great, it's working. As well as the game, I believe. In hopes it is updating fast. Yeah, I am but a scuffed cat, am I not? Seriously, maybe I should just change my middle name and get it to Scuff. Yeah, just like change my name and add the middle name Scuff to it. Come on, game. Come on, game. I know there was an update, and I think I did it yesterday. I don't know why I had to do it today again. Is there an update from an event or something? An event that I have missed or something? Beautiful. No? It does not require a button. And I don't think it requires any sacrifice aside from my from my hardware. Or rather to say, my software failing. My buttons don't go anywhere, just to be clear. They will always stay on my dress, no matter what. I'll never leave that place. Except for the spare buttons that I hid somewhere. I forgot where it was anyway. So, oh dear game. Oh look! We're in the... Oh my fucking goodness, no, no, no. Leave me alone. Let us teleport to where we are supposed to teleport. Was this added last update? The hell, I have no idea what is going on in this game. Oh yeah, I forgot this event here. 7 day. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I have 1 week to complete this event. Ah, yeah, great. Free Furina, a mysterious furnishing, test runs, another TGC event. I have to get conditions ready. I haven't played this TGC event like for ages. Our lake light and foggy forest, the terrestrial sea and the fathomless tower. Aha. Okay, time to get some Primo gems anyway. And after that we go and do the story. Just leave me alone, would you?
Rain outlines your fate.
Ah, yeah.
Witness the power. Out of my way. Stand with me.
Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da-ba.
Through me, justice is served. You stand condemned.
Ba-ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Guilty.
Come on. Gonna defeat you. Real fast. I just want my Primo gems and then go away, please. Thanks. Thanks. If it would just load a little bit faster. Oh yeah. I forgot. We don't need to listen to that. Event screen. Thanks. Now Ayado. It's not like I know the playstyle already. It's not like I have the character already. But you have to aim, I forgot.
I'm going in. Your grand finale. Boba, get them.
Cascade.
Ba-ba-da.
The depths beckon.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire. Teamwork is dreamwork. Break a leg.
Kamisato. Suiyu.
His E-skill is so satisfying. Why don't I use this character more often? Oh yeah, I forgot, I haven't built him. Of course I don't use the character often if I haven't built him. Yeah, whatever. Take this, leave me alone, do a single pull, whatever. There, thanks.
Osmanthus wine take.
Do 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 do. Oh yeah, I forgot. Claim them all. And now we have some more Prima Gems. Because I don't already have him, why not? Okay, come on, do I need Sino? Whatever. Raising Pity is Raising Pity. It's not like I get any 5-star soon. I can just throw everything on here. Get nothing. Get another 3 pull. Get another time, absolutely nothing. Oh, it was Cookie. Well, that isn't absolutely nothing. Where's she? There's she. Okay, do you let me do the story without doing anything else? Yay. Great, so the main story isn't story locked from any other quest. Wait until next day. 8 to 12. I swear to God, where was something glowing? Oh yeah, there. Wait, what's this? What is the... Stellar Reunion? This is new? It didn't look like this from the last time I had it. Wait, we're really already 2 weeks offline. Did they update the rewards in here? Okay. Claim. I only have the newest quests, Masquerade of the Guilty. But haven't I have already done various story quests, so who cares? I mean, I still have another bunch of story quests to unlock and do because I have an immense backlog of story quests. And I just have 0 time. I should play it more offline to do some daily quests at least. Really, at least for daily quests I should play offline a little more. That would definitely be better. Okay, so where do I have to go? Ah, the fortress. The fortress. Well, let's see what is underground. And of course I teleported to the wrong place. I just have to go up here, which means this teleporter is on the right floor. I mean, we have to run around, but it's easier to teleport here and run around than climb up from below. I mean... we could always just go to the elevators and glitch ourselves into them. If I remember correctly, there was an elevator with a glitch to go to, the Primordial Sea.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life.
Oh yeah. Let me do it on autoplay.
Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Mirapede! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
It's not like you could have gone anyway. However you wanted. But whatever. If you want to leave formally, then let's leave formally. Hello, lady at the reception desk.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
Yeah, let me just take my paw and put a print on it.
Let's hurry up and...
That should do right.
What's happening?
Is the gate opening up again? Ah. Hello, dog. Thank you for dropping in.
Thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's go ask the Duke.
When the heck did I switch back to my... Why did I have this equipped? Look! I can make bubbles! I have no idea what use this has, but... I have bubbles! Great! But do I have anything useful that I want to equip right now? And I do have a quick swap. I don't have any idea how the quick swap does work, though. Let me get the little octopus. The little octopus is cute. And just for the funsies, because our team will be incredibly low level then. Raiden? You're gonna switch with Nuvi?
No, inviting me to join you.
And you, Kokomi, you will temporarily switch with Wesley here.
Let's get to work.
Because why not? For some reactions, we keep will have him in there. Hello, Ruffy. Thank you for dropping in. And now we visit visit dear Wesley with Wesley, but sure, our travel is there again. Well, whatever. Yeah.
The tremor
Sure,
didn't
best team
originate from
ever.
the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
Yep. Seems like it.
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh. You've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened.
Hmm.
By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
The kids team. Yeah, I mean, if it works, it works. It's a cute team for sure.
Aha, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now? That's right.
Don't
Today
worry,
is
we'll
our
come and
last
visit
day.
again.
But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice. Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now.
It's
Then
fine,
we should
Zach.
Come back and visit.
Thank you for please being here for a few minutes. It's already
If
fine.
you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Of course she was joking. Of course she
So you
was.
do have
The
a
naive
polite side,
Paimon
I
and
see.
joking.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
No, it's alright. It's not like we'll never visit again.
Don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our
Yeah,
best to stay out of trouble.
we visit as normal adventurers.
And the Fortress of Meripede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey.
The end?
Lev was the one who asked us to come here.
Sure, the end.
Should probably go report to him now.
Yeah, I mean,
The Palais Mermonia.
the Fortress of Meripede is technically a jail, but also not, because the inmates don't really perceive it as a jail, but more as a home. And even if their sentence is over, they sometimes still stay there because they just like being there. So it's kind of a weird place. I don't know. Technically it is jail, and on the other side it is also a production side. With a good job, and they have food.
You're going to see Monsieur Nervillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
Hello, Ninja. Thank you for dropping in.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Quest location is currently... Did it just tell me my quest location is currently occupied? This quest location is currently involved in other quests. Please check the details. What? A certain notice? Why did I know this would happen? It always happens. I just take on every single side quest I can find, and then I'm like, oh yeah, by the way, you can't do your main quest right now because this side quest is obstructing your main quest. Isn't that funny? Then let's do a small side quest and go back to the main quest, hopefully. Does he? I mean, at the same time, this dear Hydro Dragon here is technically the true Archon. Please don't ask me. It's just the weird Furina Neuvillette duel. They kind of are the Archon together. I have seen too many spoilers online. I will be true with that. First, we sit, then we talk to the four. Yawn, let me guess. Bad news? Sir, you are correct. It is not good news. To be precise, it is secret news. So it is? Very funny, Yoon. So what is this secret news? Yoon explains the situation in detail. That is true. Something like this could easily happen. After all, most of the staff here at the Maison Gestion aren't very sensitive to how confidential different documents are. Did nobody tell them about the security classification system? He isn't even supposed to be the normal mortal. It is literally Furina that is the mortal. Whoops. At least that is what I see, because come on, she doesn't have a special animation in the character menu screen. When you in the team screen, she doesn't have a special animation there like all other Archons have. Pretty much this one fact is already ruling for me out that she is not a true Archon, even if I wouldn't have been spoiled about the rest. It's not like I haven't suspected this from the beginning. But let's go away with that. We want to actually experience the story without anything else on the side. She is a good actress, yeah. That is true. And she truly does care for Fontaine. And she has a little bit too much French history vibes. I don't know much about it, but yeah. I don't really know too much about French history, gotta be honest. It's not like something we had in school here, like French history. We more had like the local European middle age stuff rather than blah 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 French history. That would be great to learn though. Just good history stuff in school. That would be something if they had that. Yeah, it makes sense, but I but I don't know it. But it's like it would be great if we would have like general history classes that just have the themes of different countries on there, even if they just mention it briefly. That would be something. Otherwise, if you want to know it, you just have to look it up immensely. Yeah. Dissolution of ancient provinces, But then again, when it comes to manga or light novels, it's crazy when you read them and you're like, what even is going on there? And you look stuff up and then up in Greek mythology. like seriously. It's so great that every single manga artist out there is kind of referencing from history, depending on what genre it is. They just reference the names from history and kind of how the systems work. To a point where when I try to write something and look it up myself, but I'm like, oh my god, now I get, oh my god. Literally. During the story, I just had this crazy moment where I'm like, oh, so that is... So that is... Yeah. And now I know if I wanna write something that is fantasy historical, go and look up history and mythology. Yeah, it's funny. Japan is teaching us our own history. By the way, can I go and do my main story now? I cannot. I really have to... Whatever. But let me see something. I mean, he has his special effects. He does not have special effects. Furina also doesn't have special effects. It's funny. Okay. I'm gonna skip this. I really hate this side quest. Yeah, there's information leaks and bureaucracy and blah 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 news and blah 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 classification of blah 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 documents. Yeah, come on. I just want to do the main story. Could you just go away and leave me the fuck alone? I hate bureaucracy. I hate politics and bureaucracy. This is the stuff that I don't like. Otherwise, I would have gotten like a job in an office. And come on, a pure office job is literally nothing for me. Sure, I could do it, but there's no fun in it. It's not like I would have fun otherwise anyway. I mean, as long as I can support my hobbies somehow, everything works fine. Yeah. I have no idea how long are we talking. Yeah, Paimon, whatever. We don't get it, what? Proposal, that's to say, when we have reached an accord. Come on, I don't even get Primo Gems for this side quest. What use does this quest even have? Give me a moment. My nose is running. Okay. Health important too. Do you always stay up so late? Maybe. The quest is with friends we made along the way. Yeah, totally. But I want to at least get a good reward and not just some random bullshit. Are you for real? Are you for real? Yeah, I already know this one. Yeah, give me this. Yeah, do my... Did you just tell me we have rewards up right now? Quick challenges. Abyss.
I usually do my best to avoid forming personal relationships or even collaborating with others outside of established procedures. But you have shown yourself to be trustworthy, and you have no problematic entanglements with Fontaine's local factions. Therefore...
Nivelet, you're talking incredibly much. Even more than any other character on field. That's actually a very, very long line. 8 in the morning again, please.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today. Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in. Everyone's so busy.
Yeah, I just stood in the lobby for 6 hours, totally. And by the way, am I continuing the main quest right now, or am I locked in the side quest? Is this part of the side quest, or is this the main quest?
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
I have zero idea what is happening right now, if this is main quest or not. It would be weird if it is the side quest, but
I should wrap things up for now.
wasn't the main quest locked for the side quest?
Sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the fortress of Meripede. And it
Oh, so
appears
it
that
is
you
the main
managed to
quest.
complete all the release paperwork.
That's right. And we came here to see you right away.
But wasn't the story locked by a goddamn side quest?
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in
Interesting.
any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tivat. Therefore, we can only assume that child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
He's more okay than you think.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
I don't know either. I'm just eating some specular cookies.
Yes? What is it?
What was that tremor you fed earlier?
Oh, right. Paimon felt it too. We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson,
Could be.
right? We need to go check on her.
Yeah,
I would also
now let's
like
go
to
to
be
the
there as soon as
headquarters.
possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
Sure, we'll take care of it.
Please be careful.
Did it just tell me the quest is now story locked by 2 side quests? No, wait, what? No. The side quest is now locked by the main quest. Ah. Okay. Sure. And thank you. See ya. See ya next time. Or later. Depending on how long I'm playing. Do 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 do. And no wonder about the glider, I couldn't help myself but buy it. Like that thing from the Genshin concert. It's not like I could have gone there. It's somewhere in the other end of the world. Falls through the ceiling. Oh, hello, Gray. But please repair that hole on the ceiling for me, would you? Eh? What is a challenge doing here? Even with an hydroculus?
Let the record show
That
I
was
verbally
interesting.
consent to relinquishing these items into your possession.
That was an interesting challenge. Haven't expected to find that on this edge of the city. Fish! Look, very fish! Yeah, we have to go to Poisson now. Talk a little bit with Navia.
Oh no. What happened here?
It looks the same like last time, I believe. But without people. There's nobody around.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Hyma means we need to check on her.
Do you mean we have to check that she is not dissolved? Yeah, sure, let's go and see. Whee! Look at that cake! Look how he's showing off! Look, I have glitched myself into the floor. I love it when I glitch myself into the floor.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
A full repaired roof, please.
No.
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up.
Something
Watch
that
your
is
balance.
waterproof. I mean, if it rains, you know.
All right. Just hurry. I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
I don't know. Apparently there are people that got dissolved.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Your leg looks
Just
fine to
hang
me.
in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Now let's continue to look for her.
Let's begin.
Oopsie. Come on, my Risley probably died right now because of your foolish, stupid story sequence. Mm-hmm.
Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
Yes, we
We
are.
heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. Caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Yeah, primordial seawater, I believe.
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded?
Oh, great.
Badly.
Thank you for fixing it.
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Idiot. Why did he jump
Take
down?
over the search and rescue mission in the meantime.
Search and rescue. There are probably
You'll be
people
in
that can't
charge.
even be searched and rescued if they dissolved.
I'm sorry. Where were we?
I don't know. Maybe at how bad is the situation?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain.
Explain faster.
A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have
Why is the
exploded
voice
in
acting
lava.
quieter now?
But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water leaking from somewhere.
Oh no.
Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening
The
started
sunny
to
water.
flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights.
The sunny water.
The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been
A lot of
lot
casualties. Ah, great.
Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The
Gotta
water
say
that
fair.
flooded the area contained
I
primordial
like snacking
seawater,
while watching story
so the lower
sequences.
levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way
but that's not a dream. Well, we can help.
Thank you.
At
for
least
being so willing
a
to
little
help
bit.
in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
So, who are the people that we're missing? Where are Malus and Silver? Did they get dissolved?
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
Did they get dissolved?
I'll be
No,
right there.
not the butler. Not the old man.
Sorry, I need to go for now.
Oh my god, poor Navia.
There she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Poor girl. Navi walks around, talking with many people and organizing various matters.
Okay, the wounded
And
are being
whatever.
tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
Sure. Let's go, let's accompany you. It'll be fine. Ba 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 da ba 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 da boo. Oh yeah, I forgot. I still have to farm and make a weapon for him. Because the book I currently have equipped on him, I don't like it. Alright. Do 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 do. The music here is so sad. But really, the music in this game is so good. But every single soundtrack in Fontaine just has this little bit of sadness in there. I mean, that water is good enough to drink if you're not from Fontaine. As long as you're not a Fontaine person, you can drink it. Sure.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Why would there be more people?
Given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Why would there?
That's how things are now.
It's not like a huge crowd is
so
standing at
exhausted
graves and be like,
that they've no
whoa,
strength to
at the
spare
same
any
time
words
and
for me.
grieving.
Navia?
If it isn't... Dude, if it... Wait, I have a word on my tongue. What? Funeral! Now I got it, funeral. Why did I forget that for a second? If it isn't a funeral, I don't believe many people would go visiting graves. Or a graveyard. Damn, they animated the crying.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just...
That's one hell of a detail they added.
Luce and Silver. They won't ever come back here again.
They died.
What should I do, Papa?
Huh?
She's broken.
What happened to them?
She's broken. She's a broken Geo user.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
Oh my god.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And
We never
they were
did.
afraid. But
I fused with the primordial sea.
I
You
could
can't do
at
anything
least
about
hold
it.
A funeral for my father, and I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just
Yeah.
can't.
No corpse left to bury.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not
My
just
god.
me. I always
want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed.
Oh my
Everyone
god.
ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
If there's one thing that Hoyoverse is good at, then it's writing sad and angsty stories. They already proved that in Honkai Impact 3rd.
Hey, stop joking around.
Genshin is getting deeper and deeper with every quest.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests.
But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
Even if you had to get dissolved into the Primordial Sea.
But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Yeah, we're here for you. We will keep you company.
Right now,
Cry as much as you
don't know
want.
how much that means.
Aww, poor
By the way,
girl.
You can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay.
Still,
I know what you're thinking.
people died.
And you're right.
They got
We
dissolved.
lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
But it still hurts. It still hurts. But yeah, no one's sacrifice is truly necessary.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
Well,
Thank
they
you,
chose to sacrifice
What you said just
themselves
now was
to serve others.
Pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
I wish.
You've become more eloquent in the
I
time
still
since
wish
we
to
last
know
met.
what happened with what the heck is up with Paimon, I mean.
The knave? What are you doing here?
What exactly is our Latino doing
Is
here?
everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to
Oh, I
higher
can't wait for our
As for the
Lucino's
supplies,
banner.
we have
I
everything
really want to
taken
pull
care
her.
of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. That doesn't
Coincidental?
quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me.
Huh?
Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Our Lucino
Mutual
is
aid
interesting.
essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to.
I have a
It is
question.
simply the way of powerful organizations to act
Are these
forcefully,
black
whether they are
gloves
doing
or are
good
her hands literally black because of the nails?
As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that.
What
As such,
is
do
our
not be
Lucino?
troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and
Fatui
Silver
are
didn't
weird.
choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Nava. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Okay, now, what I literally mean is look at her hand. It's black and you can see the nails, so she's not wearing gloves. She's not wearing gloves, is she? She literally has black hands. Because it wouldn't make sense to me if she would wear gloves that have nails on them. This hand is exactly questioning for me on what she is. Like, no normal human would have like white skin and black hands. What is she? What is she? I mean, she's obviously a pyro user, but what the hell is she? Like, this hand is... What is she? Just what is she? Just what?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention.
Considering her hands being black, that would also make sense why she's wearing a full bodysuit. She has something to hide down there, doesn't she? Is she really from Fontaine?
By the way, traveler.
I wanna know our Latino lore.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
No, not really.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
So the time for a jolly cooperation has come.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious.
Sure.
Our people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task.
Right. How the Traveler became a Fatui, part number 10. I don't know. How many times have we joined hands with the Fatui now? In what way or another? In some way or another, I mean. In what way or another? Oh my. Brain. Work, please. Well, are you sure this will be okay?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it!
Wow, she's kinda nice.
Right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
I think distracting her would be better.
But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep
Exactly
my mind
what I
off the lace
said.
and silver.
Rest is for a week. Pass out.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections.
Wouldn't be
What do
surprised
you
if that
say,
would
Traveler?
happen. Well then, let's explore the ruins together.
Alright. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Paimon, it's not like you can handle anything. You do not have the slightest bit of strength. Huh? This did not work out as I wanted. Great, I can just wait for it to restart. Yes, please, just restart it. Oh, come on.
Ah, this wasn't locked.
That almost didn't work. Oh, great. There's some sealies locked in there. And there's a hydroculi up there.
Stabilize. Order guide you.
Now would you mind to die, thanks? Oh yeah, I forgot there's still one left. Can I unlock this? Yes. Can I unlock these two? No, I can follow 3 sealies. There was not a 4th one. Where are they going?
Another test. Gather.
Yay!
I got for more, please.
This is some damage I'm doing. Wow, 78. Wow, 209. Wow, look, it's 313.
Let's begin. This is order.
Never mind having some fun. Do. Oh wow, look, I'm doing damage.
Have a little taste. I got careless. The tides beckon.
I love it, having fun fighting. I have no idea why I can use a charge attack so fast with doing the E-skill.
Unscathed. Silence. Picked the wrong test subject.
This is fun. I really need a proper build on Nuvi. Oh.
Is it what you wish to find? Hopefully the excitement of opening a treasure chest has at least made it
Those
a
were
worthwhile
quite some chests I got
experience.
from it. Huh. Then let me get back. Please tell me it's leading me up to the Hydroculus. It's not leading me up to the Hydroculus. Useless. Is this leading me up to the Hydroculus? It is. Ah. Good. Then we can now follow the main objective. It should be down here at the corner somewhere. What is this? Oh my god, it's a crab. It's in a chromatic crystal. I suspect that I probably need these items for upgrades. And these are the ruins we want to explore, I believe.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
But let's see what ancient is. Time to enter. But if we enter a domain, we change to our fighting team.
We'll need a strategy.
I mean, it's not like I couldn't fight with the other two that are like level 40, but it would just check age it. What is this?
Stabilize.
Yeah. Hold the line.
There is no escape. The process of elimination.
Oh, it's already dead. Ah. It was quite a weak fellow. Okay, so we have to get down. Ooh.
The floor here isn't safe.
Watch it! The floor here isn't safe. Proceeds to die. Yeah, great. Thank you for telling me.
Solidify.
Another question. If I would fall down there, would it just get teleported up again? Or would I have to climb up again? Should I try? I think it is a shitty idea. But should I try?
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Maybe you should probably go back before you get dissolved.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get by my wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
From the look of things here, maybe there's no way back.
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Who knows? Seems like isn't any other option anyway.
Alright. Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
Should we jump in?
Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Well, I can jump in, but I get teleported back. Come on, I just want to swim in the primordial sea. It's not like I have any Fontanian in my team. Seems like we'll have to climb up here. Yeah. What is careful even? I haven't heard this word ever. Please enlighten me. Give me a description, Paimon. What does careful mean? What the hell? What the hell? If I could take a picture in-game right now, I would do it. But the game doesn't allow me to take pictures.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
I can't even walk there. Dude. The game is really locking me, huh? Fine. We'll go the way it is intended to.
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
Story sequence? Oh! We fell into the primordial sea. Finally, I can go in there.
Demoiselle?
Huh?
What the hell?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Huh?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Maloose.
Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was
Oh,
just trying
God.
to recall why we came out for a walk.
What exactly is happening right now?
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see
Is
how
this
things
what
were
happens
going
if
with him
someone
at
is
the moment.
dissolved?
Ah, right. Yes, I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus, and Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
Ah, how have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Does she finally sense that something is wrong?
Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it.
Oh my.
And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Forget what?
Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
What trial?
All right then.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
Huh?
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial.
What is
They
happening?
all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville.
It's all the dissolved people.
Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge...
This is main quest. This is main quest.
Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Just what is happening right now? Is she dissolved?
What kind of place do they think this is?
I mean, all the rest are dissolved, but...
idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain.
What the hell?
As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded.
Yeah.
Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Yeah, so why is she standing trial?
Wait a moment.
And
Aren't you
what
just
exactly is
proving
happening
that
there
I'm a
even?
good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you.
What?
Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown.
That does.
I would be willing to be with you all, but
I wish to know, but I have no idea what you're even saying, but please.
what is there to discuss?
Oh,
I don't know.
if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
This trial is what?
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
They remember.
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear.
Your Honor,
and
this is
unanimous.
bullshit.
Let the court judge
Totally.
her now. She's guilty.
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
No, she won't.
Mademoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything.
Guys, take
Indeed,
out your
Master
weapons.
Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness.
Oh my
Everything
god.
is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone
Take everything
shall
out
melt
right now.
together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay.
In chat, please stay on topic.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals? To become independent?
Time for a timeout.
You mean to defy our justice?
If your justice
What do you
is
mean with
flawed, then why should
your
we acknowledge
justice?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head... It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Come on, return to the living.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning.
It's because they all are dissolved.
Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus. and
Holy.
Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be
Holy.
afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very
It's
end.
fine, it's fine.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice.
No.
We are the will of all.
The majority
Don't let them escape.
isn't
We shall keep Navia here with us.
the justice, you
Mr.
guys.
Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just.
What do you mean
Navia
with collective mind, you idiots?
us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
Primordial Sea.
No more excuses.
Oh.
He says we're jealous.
Yeah, this
Jealous.
happens when people
How
go
could
to
she
the
possibly
Primordial
be an
Sea.
independent
They
individual?
turn into Hydro.
These people.
Who's jealous of her?
She
Hydro,
belongs to
how
us.
are they called again?
Navia, she...
Silence.
That's...
How are they called again? I always forget the name of this monster type.
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from
Ah,
any
yeah,
unauthorized
Oceanid.
party.
Oceanid it is.
Thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies.
You don't have to
I
feel
couldn't
bad
resist
to leave him
making one little
behind.
joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus, Silver.
Oh my.
You must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
She was pulled out by Neuvillette? Ooh.
No, wait!
As hive mind. That kind of Yeah.
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like
Holy.
you're all right.
Did all this
Holy.
cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water.
Yep.
You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
Pulled you out, I guess.
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness
Aw.
dissipated.
Wait, did you say
Malus and
Oceanid?
Silver.
You mean like what happened with Vache?
So people that are dissolved became Oceanids.
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Oh my.
Think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
I mean, they're not entirely dead. They just live as a new entity, I guess.
Okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden?
Yeah, why does he look
Paimon
so
knows
stiff?
Private Titans is awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
He's
I
acting
merely
cute.
thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
He's funny. By the way, Sigewin sends her regards.
Sigewin. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good.
He sounds so happy.
I have always worried that Sigewin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewin made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
No.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
Damn.
Still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
Yeah, let's chat about something else. I don't know. You're the expert here, Paimon. What should we talk about?
So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Paimon. What kind of topic is that?
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave.
Oh god. Yes, we can always talk about
She
food.
informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
I hope Navi can get back on her feet. I mean, she just met 2 dead people.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Oh, my favorite food.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
It's very, very, very easy. So there's this German dish called Kässpatzen. It's essentially a type of noodle with cheese, but it's like a mixture of cheese combined with either milk or let me see, with milk or cream, like cooking cream. And it tastes very, very good. I recommend combining 2 sorts of cheese. Let me, yeah, mozzarella and Emmenthal. Yeah, mozzarella and Emmenthal cheese. If you want to make it at home, I recommend these 2 sorts of cheese because one has a stronger taste and the other one is more sticky. So if you have this a little bit more stronger taste and the stickiness together, if you combine it with cooking cream, it will work wonders. I have no idea why I got up here right now. I mean, I technically was supposed to go down there.
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here!
Otherwise, I also recommend combining it with schnitzel. It's great. Better question, what would happen if we fall down? Are we not able to get back up again? Yeah, it's not difficult to make the actual noodle. It's not that difficult. I could describe it to you on stream, literally. You just take some flour, put it in a bowl. Let me actually describe it. You just take some flour, put it in a bowl, put some eggs in, mix it well, and if the dough isn't liquid enough, just add a little bit of water or more eggs, and it's fine. If the consistency is a little bit sticky but not too sticky, then you can just just make them with oh gosh, how is this cooking tool called? With a fed? Is that the right word? Like, there is no direct translation of it, so... I don't necessarily know how to call it. I don't know, maybe...
Solidify!
Maybe look it up sometime. I don't know how it is called in English because there's no translation.
Order guide you.
I mean, there's always the way of making it traditional, but the traditional way is incredibly shitty, to be fair. With shitty, I mean a wooden plank, put the stuff on it, and then just cut it. Which is... stupid. But yeah, it's a specialized tool for it. I could write it for you in chat, then you could technically look it up. Like, that's it. I wrote it for you in chat. This is the tool. It does not have an English translation, so I have no fucking idea. Oh my goodness, this is an elevator? Oh yeah, thank you for taking me up. God damn, I wish I could take a photo. But it's not too difficult of a dish to make. Well, if you're not incredibly bad at cracking eggs, that is. Like a cheese grater, but a cheese grater is still different from this. Because, the tool for making Spätzle is, flat on both sides. It's not like a cheese grater at all on that point. Yeah, like, so it's called a grater. Now I know something new. Great.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
I see. Yeah, I couldn't find noodle grater because...
Looks like we've reached the end.
Yeah, great.
This is the place?
If the internet would just tell me something related.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
But there seemed to be something on the wall, Nevia. Let us look what is there.
Stone slates. It seems like
Oh,
they
it's a
were
mural.
put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
Oh, it's the prophecy. The prophecy from ancient times.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot
Yeah,
is missing.
probably.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past.
What? The reason
Feels like
of its
someone
future
left
here in
his
this
slates and his
past.
words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this?
An island in the sky? Is that Celestia?
Is that Lady Furina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around
Yeah,
her?
go and preheat the oven.
Doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
Huh?
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
That does seem to match. Oh my.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the
But where is the first slate? Do we have to find it?
The history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
If you look at them together... This issue is the order of the third and fourth images, right?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
The second image is also quite concerning. What sin are the people in the images confessing to?
If we go by timing, Lady Furina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still
And what
wondering
exactly
why these
happened to
ancient stone
Egeria?
slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy?
Huh?
Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
I don't know.
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Furina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Well then, let's head back.
Better get somewhere safe for now.
But it feels like there's something more to it. Honestly, who create the slates doesn't matter now. Oh, come on, I can't even read that fast. Bitch, story, please. If there's a monologue, can you not just let me read it? Oh yeah, look. Another free poll. Yay. Oh. Ah, hello John. Thank you for dropping in.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
Hello Twig. Thank you for dropping in.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
Yeah, it's fine. It's
I'll
fine.
depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Furina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Yeah, we will drop by your office and we will discuss what we found. I mean, these stone slates do be sus.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Ooh, I mean, with how the quest is going, yeah, I mean, we already experienced some sad things, but I think we haven't experienced the saddest part yet.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will
Quite
be
interesting.
considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition.
No, we're not.
All right.
I
I'll
think.
be on my way then.
Yes, be on your way. We will follow shortly after. If you do let both depart, you and Paimon head to the Spina Dealer at base at Flu Car blah, I don't know. Anyway, we went to their shelter.
We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi, no, the boss is the best.
You did great as well, Paimon.
Ooh, desserts! Nice, these are all Paimon's!
The cake doesn't look too great, but that chicken,
Oh, that voice.
What is Mona doing here?
Is?
What is Mona doing here?
It's you two.
What the hell?
Doing in Fontaine.
I wish to know that too. What are you doing here in Fontaine? We're just resolving another national crisis. Did the stars not tell you that we might meet here?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontainian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstatter surname?
I don't know. Maybe.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing
Was
for
your
it.
name that
She really is amazing. at
That's
astrology,
embarrassing, I
so
mean.
I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Mona the Great.
Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
Oh my god.
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
May I ask what your master's name is?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's
Oh
a
my
long
god.
one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great?
What the hell?
I know, right? That's just how she is.
Oh my
She
god.
used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak.
Aha.
Which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you
I
need to study
see.
astrology more deeply.
Or triple appetite Paimon?
Terrible!
Triple appetite Paimon?
Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
That's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things
Is
have
she here
happened
because
in
of that?
Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
We know that.
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecies
I mean, we
of
know probably
astrologists.
more about it than
The
you,
invitation was
Mona.
sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
It's still scary if you think about
I'm an
it.
astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world.
Oh my.
I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really
But
powerful and all, but does
what
such
the
a
heck?
person really exist?
But who?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
I need to ascertain the accuracy of the prophecy. Could you help me get in touch with your master?
Are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah, I am.
All right, I'll help you.
Tell me
Isn't
about the
often
old
that I
hag,
see
please.
Such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Yeah, amazing.
Oh, well, this is something
She
that I
probably
can do,
still has
after
not a
all.
scrap
So
on
yes,
her.
your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best.
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
Yeah, do that. We wanna take
There she goes.
take
Quick as
to
rushing
our
water.
business anyway.
And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Well, we were making a ruckus, so try to keep it down next time, Paimon.
If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks.
Yeah, right, thanks. Bye.
That's more like it.
Why is she so silly?
Good morning. To be honest, I'm still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Novelette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Yep, let's get going. Where exactly was it again? His office? Yeah, it was his office. Then let's go to Nouvelette's office in the evening. Great. Oh my god, so quiet here. Hello, Monsieur Nouvelette. We came to visit you for business.
Finally.
What do you mean with finally?
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Nouvelette and Lady Furina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
What kind of dispute do you mean?
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not?
Ninja, what have you done that you're now ordering pizza? What did you burn?
You mean they're all...
Yeah, they are all dead.
In time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again.
Ah, I see, I see.
I will say this once more.
At least
must
you
tell
didn't
me
burn
everything
anything.
you
That's
know.
already good.
Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something.
Confessing
Do you know
something to
nothing of this
Celestia,
either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry.
But I would still want to know something about Egeria, you know.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters.
What certain... What investigations?
This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should
that
also
sounds
claim to not know
delicious.
any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following
The
your
pizza's also
inquiries.
good. I had pizza
You have
today,
never
actually.
been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
What the hell?
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
What the...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care
Oh,
of
just a
it.
normal
There's no
salami
point
pizza.
questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead.
Subordinate?
Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
Fine in what way? Fontaine drowning in the primordial sea?
We do not discuss this matter again.
Here, Furina.
The opera's about to start. Toodles!
What the actual... That child. She's fleeing. She's fleeing.
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seems deeply troubled. And to deliberately hide something.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Furina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached
Oh
impasses
my.
a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I wish to know that too, but maybe the issue is more complicated than we think. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is, you know?
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to
So we have to pressure her?
She will have no choice but to speak.
Do we have to threaten her? Or throw her into the primordial sea?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
Oh great, we have to put the Hydro Archon on trial.
I've seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
I don't know.
We need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
I mean, this
If at
is
all possible, I would prefer
pretty
to recuse
concerning.
myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may
Yeah.
be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In that case, we will need to help, I guess.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Well, I think I know who to call. Arlecchino! Navia! It's time to pressure the Hydro Archon and spilling the beans.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people.
Aw,
That naturally
so we got
makes it the
Lynette and
best
Linnea, or
choice.
what?
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone.
Okay, we got Linnea, Lynette, and Navia.
One of you might like
But
to
not
start us off.
Arlecchino, huh?
How
Oh,
about you, friend?
oh, Fremine.
No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then,
Oh my.
guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded.
Whoa, Claverind.
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something.
Yeah, so we have to threaten the Hydro Archon
that is,
for her to spill the beans.
Let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
How intriguing,
Just
yeah.
an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Ah, I see.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Oh my god. These conversations.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
I don't know.
Fremine and I once used a
Hunting in
wooden
video
stick and a
games,
basket
sure.
to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not.
No.
You may or may not have heard.
Seems
but
not like
Fontaine
it.
once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey.
That sounds
If we
actually
were to build a
really
trap
complicated.
together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
So can you now
You used some of those
kind of
techniques while moving the
connect
people
this
to
with
Poussin, didn't you?
the
My
this thing at
subordinates
hand?
mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the
Well
meantime.
then, now tell me, how do we get
Quite the
Furina
multitasker,
to
if I
fall
do
into
say
our
so
trap?
myself.
Or what
I'm
kind of
afraid
trap do we
I
want to
can't
build
claim
for
that as
Furina?
my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
Huh.
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
So what exactly does this have to do now with getting Furina to fall for us?
That makes sense.
What
You
does
usually solve problems directly.
what does hunting in a forest have to do with it now? Come on, elaborate, please.
For you, Monsieur.
I mean,
If we were to
Chlorine's
create a
buttons
trap
are
now,
still holding on for dear
how would you
life.
design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike,
Yeah, look at
we would need a powerful
Chlorine's
implement.
buttons here. They're holding on for dear
That also
life.
goes for prey that
Look
must
at
be
this.
captured and safely
They're holding on
contained.
for dear life. You can even see her skin through here.
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their
That
prey
is how
can
huge her
snare it
boobs
without
are.
harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial,
No,
then the
you
hunting
must
metaphor
not
is actually
steal
quite
buttons.
But we shall require
Well,
much more
as
courage
long
than
as it
any hunter
aren't
to
my
judge a
buttons, I
god,
won't mind, but
being whose
let
seat
my
is an
buttons
exalted throne.
be where they are.
Oh, so that's what's going on.
I mean, let them stay where they are. Clarence hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt, because that is not what you should do at present, nor has the relationship between you and Furina reached such a dire stage. What you need is simply the secrets she is keeping. Attempting to take her secret is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters, as foretold in the prophecy. There's neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need. Yep. We have to build a trap for her.
Stabilize.
Well then. The base of the Spina de Rosa. Right down here. Then, let's see.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Yeah, I mean, those meetings sure did make me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh?
Yeah, they did.
Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Well, do you feel more confident after the meetings, Paimon? No, she does not. Apparently, she's still as stupid as she was before.
After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you?
Something wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No, I didn't.
Then what's that?
Then...
I've never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who?
Who's that voice?
Who?
But there's no one here.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait.
Who?
You are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
Huh?
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong.
Huh?
You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Who are you, and what do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Oh! So she's a friend of Mona's master. Allow me to ask you, will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
Prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes.
Mage Anne.
Can everything in Teyvat so easily be changed?
There it is again, fate.
So you've caught on. Just
Fate
as
can be
prophecies are
changed.
usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
Yeah, that means we alone can change it. We alone are able to change the entire future. Because we are not from this world, and we are not entangled in the fate of it.
Really impressive and important and stuff, but
Right?
it also sounds kind of scary.
The
I
teacup is
believe
just
that
about gone
you
as well.
understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
Uh-huh.
All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
Mage Anne, is this the clue you're leaving for us? The unexpected news leads to the complicated feelings. When you wake up, someone seems to be outside.
What? I want to hear someone talking. Alright, coming!
You're getting more diligent, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
How have you been these past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected.
Aha, how so?
Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume
Yeah.
you know, that daredevil journalist.
Oh yeah, we know her.
I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right!
Yeah.
I was glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Actually, already someone came over.
Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her.
Interesting.
And if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa.
The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group.
They're
They must really
interesting.
to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying.
You're almost lost.
See you personally,
Yeah, maybe you need
problems
Mage
facing
Anne
must
to guide
truly
you.
be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so...
Well, at least we have a clue.
You cannot know right now.
True, her words were meant as a helpful hint, but when will we realize their meaning? Was that the best answer that my question could have given?
Are you two alright?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense
I
of
mean, there is
desperation,
an
too.
end coming, but
I
not
guess
the
you
end of
could consider me
Fontaine.
someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful.
And it can be
That's what I'm
changed.
trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
Yeah, then go and don't worry. Do your things. Thank you. Leave us be.
Trying to comfort you, even if
We
only
still have to save an entire nation, I
You'll
mean.
help those who are struggling in the same way I did.
Yeah.
I suppose that
Yeah,
might
we
be why we always seem to meet
We're
by
doing that.
coincidence.
Totally. Whew.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too. Hey,
What makes you sad about it?
suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go.
Then let's go outside for a walk.
Around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Okay. Go here and walk there. Things are happening. Things are happening. Let's see. Do we meet someone on our walk or not?
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Oh. Look, there is a track. There's a music track here.
Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of
Merpy?
has continued in its noble but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it.
Yeah.
My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that.
Oh, I see.
Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake.
White fairy.
Traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet: the Traveler's Trail, World Walker.
No.
Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her.
Oh my god.
She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so
Charlotte is sure a funny one.
us at the subject matter instead?
Well, it seems to be the case, Paimon.
Seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
She is just a dedicated journalist. What about it? Let her do her things. And let's walk a little bit further. Let's see. What do we come across here?
We're here! Paimon's hungry.
Of course she is hungry. Why wouldn't she be? Oh, and we entered the restaurant.
Hey, quick! Look! That's...
Is that a poodle?
That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
It hasn't already sold out after the day?
It was so delicious the last time we
Did I just see a poodle?
situation we were in. Let's give it another go. Paimon's sure it'll be great.
Yeah, let's get some.
Cake, please. Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Ah, look, it's the small magazine.
Are you here to buy cake
Sedan.
too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did I really say something like that?
That's right. Even
What
he
the
has
hell?
his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
I see.
Usually every day.
Every day?
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Ah, I see.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore?
But would be really sad, wouldn't it?
Why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No.
Seriously, you haven't paid attention to it?
Cake tomorrow that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No. It's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
She's so real for that.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Yeah.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
Yeah.
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans.
Yeah, I
She said
see.
that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
But delicious food doesn't work always.
You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. I'm unsure this cake will be delicious.
Yep. Sure it will. Sure it will.
It's more delicious than last time. And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Yeah. Sure would be nice. Now I want to see that dog. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I want to take a photo of it. Hide character. That's one hell of a dog. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it stretching. Oh my god, look at this picture. It's so great. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is pretty. Okay, we're done. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's see. Let's see what's coming up next. Resting, more melancholic sad stuff.
Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Are you for real? The main quest is locked again by a side story. Or phrase. Ah yes, truly, quite comfortable. If only the weather. Blah blah blah. A troubleshooter. Yes, I know, the name troubleshooter is simply too gauche and unbecoming of the standards of the publication such as ours. Yes, even was substantial room for growth when it comes to coining new words. Putting that aside for the moment, would you like to know how I was able to correctly ascertain that you were here for the job and not seeking to ask for help in our Tales of Humanity section? Observation: every citizen who comes to the steamer seeking help appears anxious and jittery, but your steps are relaxed, your expression calm. Those who are fortunate are all the same. Those who fall victim to misfortune all have their own woes. But you needn't worry. Those who seek assistance from others via Tales of Humanity haven't run into any serious trouble, so it shouldn't be hard to handle. have a look at this batch of commissions. Oh, it's this thing. We only got level 1. What do we have here? Crystal fly trap. Yeah, that's useless. The only thing that I want is the Hydro Treasure Compass. Wind-powered wind generator. Interesting. Well, I have to do more exploration and more quests, otherwise this level will never increase. I see. This NPC is actually quite pretty. I really like her eyes. Down. So what did we want to do again? Ah yeah, Charlotte!
Oh, if it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Yes, we have.
Some nerve! You just used us to make some quick Mora!
Can we negotiate a profit split?
Needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though.
Yeah,
It's all right, though. I've
we
set aside
already
the amount
left.
intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
Yay, some more food!
Easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
I mean, Paimon is always won over with food. It's nothing new.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
Yeah.
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist.
Yeah?
So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said
Nothing
you're
special.
a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Do we have to?
So your article
Do we
in the
need
paper
to?
today doesn't count?
Well, it is not an interview, you know.
It's more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
You seriously want to interview me?
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Of course we are qualified,
If I say you're
Paimon.
worth an interview, then you're worth it.
But, oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes?
Yay!
I'll tell the editor-in-chief
Interview!
immediately. I'll have to apply for the lighting,
Great.
a venue, some props, and
Crabs and what?
so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have
I mean,
duty to
everyone has a
report on
different
the scene.
opinion of it, huh?
Secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all
Yeah,
likelihood, I'd probably
guess
still be
so.
prepping at the office for that interview of ours.
You
I
seem
know what you
pretty
think.
calm, huh?
It sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up
Oh
writing
my.
would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd
I
write
don't
that
know.
story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a greedy, nor am I a workaholic.
If you could.
But I do love
If you
my
could.
job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
Yeah. Get back to your preparations.
So nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her.
But why do you have to be so sad, Paimon? Come on. Why does she have to act like she's so incredibly sad, like the world is drowning tomorrow?
Can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
I mean,
Paimon's been thinking.
yes?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do?
I don't know.
No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
If I could choose, huh? It's just like Charlotte said, suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We're moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Yeah, true. Well, until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
Yes, cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Yeah. The banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina Relusa, safe house at the Fleuve Cendre. Navia, having finished her business in passant, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well. Until...
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
Haven't we already grown mold as slow as the story is progressing?
The Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Yeah, like who cares if it's salty?
So the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Mirapede.
So you're under the impression that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Let's hear it.
Inside the Opera House, the Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
A riot?
Well, that said...
What exactly happened there?
I think it was that serious. Lady Furina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her.
Huh?
Loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in.
Oh
The crowd
my.
continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Furina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
I mean, she's not almighty.
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady
Well,
Furina
if
had
she
gone.
doesn't want to
The only
talk, we
thing that
can't help
stabilized
with
would be realize
anything.
that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet.
Where did she go?
I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
I understand the situation, but how do we find Furina now?
Good.
Come on, did she have to run away?
Sure Nervilad sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Well, you sure caught on quickly, Paimon.
Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone.
Yeah, she doesn't.
When Nervilette was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse.
Yeah, she is.
It would be hard for her to ignore
Caring,
being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks
still.
Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think?
But
Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
seems like becoming a detective has done some good to you, huh?
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come.
Well, still. What a frick. No. No one's joining my world. I've got stuff to do. What's this? PlayStation Awards? Oh, I see. Well, whatever. Next free pull, please. Yay.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
But I am rushing. I am rushing quite much, actually.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already.
Because, yeah, I want to continue with the story.
Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Ba ba. Ba 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 ba. Okay. Who knows if Furina's here or not? We will see. I mean, literally, we will see. But like... God. I hope she can finally talk to us about what the heck is actually going on. If she doesn't tell us, we cannot resolve the issue at hand. Like, what is happening? Oh look, there she is. Furina!
That's Furina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Shh, stay quiet for now.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Furina. There's no point in holding out.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
Oh my.
What can I even do?
Furina.
To repeat meaningless apologies over and over.
Who's that? Don't worry, Furina, it's just dust.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Furina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
You don't need to hold on to that act, Furina.
I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it.
Yeah, sure.
Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They
Oh my
even
god,
dare to tell their
Furina.
archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure
She's trying to keep a strong act up.
Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Stop trying to act tough, Furina. You're actually beyond devastated right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
Oh my god.
I can't let them get their way.
She's running again.
Furina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Yep, it's time to catch the Hydra Archon. Da 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 da.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Furina!
Please.
There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine,
Come on.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
But something. Can we now finally talk to her? She should finally spill the beans. Don't hide yourself, girl.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You might want to lower your voice in order to stay hidden, Furina. This isn't really a place I would call soundproof, my dear.
Right. Yep, that's a good girl.
What the hell?
What's happening? The ground's shaking.
Another disaster just struck, I suspect.
A quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Yeah, they've already dissolved. Has Furina finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff. You begin to talk amongst yourself as Furina slowly calms down.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Teyvat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. anything to keep the coastline from advancing.
But
all
it didn't
my
work.
efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules.
Yeah.
The prophecy has only just started to come true.
That is true.
So many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right
Were like
to
10
come to
people
terms
that
with fate on behalf
10
of
people that
everyone
died
else.
in Poisson.
As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
She do be an actor. She do be a great actor. Oh, Furina. You might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although, I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
No,
And if
I never
Tevat
belonged
is,
here.
in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Yes.
If that's the case...
There's no time left. Please, Furina, just spit it out. Come on, please. Huh? What the hell? Did we just...
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the
Oh
god
my
of
goodness.
justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I
Nope.
interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Of course. We would always do that.
It seems Sounds like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on?
Holy.
Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is
I
the meaning
mean,
of this?
it's not like she's a strong fighter.
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial.
Acceptance, sure.
No duel shall be necessary.
Oh, Furina.
I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself.
Oh my, Furina.
But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time,
Sure.
I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epic
Shit is about to happen.
unfolding before your eyes.
Shit is about to happen.
This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro
I need another snack.
Focalor will now begin.
This. Wow. This. Wow.
Oh, now we're making history.
The morale.
I just feel like Furina just took over the whole thing. Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
I hope she is.
Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Well, we were so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. Well, because we kind of just got magically put into Kurt. It's okay though. As long as we can defeat Furina and Kurt, we'll still have a chance to figure everything out. Wow.
Also, please
It is
allow me
time
to ask
to stand
final
trial
question
against
before the
Furina.
trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
Mm-hmm.
I
That
can
is
go over
true.
the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Yeah?
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members.
These
waiting for
clothes
the
don't look
perfect
plain.
opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we
That's a
arranged for
typical
sentry group
Furina.
to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
But was
That's
sure a
right.
grand
That
performance.
house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas.
Wow.
Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
Wow. That's
You're welcome.
wow.
Of course, this performance was
We're
only made
questioning and
possible with
awkward.
Father's
You're
support.
welcome.
The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
Wow, crazy.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that. We deceived you back there. I mean,
Then, I think
happens, I
that's
guess.
in Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Wow.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Well, no, you guessed wrong. My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped that you would share your secret with us before the magic box arrived onto the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
Because, yeah,
It's fine.
now you will be
It matters
judged.
not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Yeah. The only thing that we can do now is to judge the Hydra Archon. Still, I can't help but be a little bothered by the conversation earlier. What did Furina want to say to me right before we arrived on stage?
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Hmm?
Charlotte wanted to give us something?
What exactly did she find out? So what did she find out?
Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine!
Ooh.
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
It's super practical. I never would have thought of using it in this way.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Yep.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time.
The serial disappearances case. Child's conviction.
Lilette had a difference of opinion with the oratories. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
Mm-hmm.
The fortress of Mirapede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
These commentary of Charlotte on the side are actually quite nice.
According to Monsieur Neuvillette,
The whale.
child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly
Yeah,
understood
the Titan
when
with
something
N.
surreal happens to you.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial
Then
shall
let's
now begin.
start it. Let's start the trial. Things are going to happen. Oh my.
All the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been
Yeah,
informed
she's an
of my
actress
supposed
indeed.
guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god.
The actions of a god? Come on, you're literally deceiving your own folk. So tell me, what is up with the prophecy?
Unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
The Traveler has voice lines.
I came here thinking
The Traveler has voice lines.
Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but
The Traveler has voice lines.
she's not an Archon at all.
Oh my
Charge
god.
Lady Furina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Furina can be rather
Let's applaud.
eccentric, isn't it going
Does
too
this
far to
mean
doubt
my-
her very identity?
Yeah.
So I guess from the very beginning of the Fontaine arc,
Sure, Lady Furina can be
it's
super
true
irresponsible.
that she's not the true Archon.
What grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See?
Wow.
Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld?
I mean, of course it will be upheld, my dear.
Promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation.
What false accusation, my dear?
Happened as a dramatic spectacle and move
You
on
are
with
not
our
an Archon, and that is the truth.
What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see you as their Archon because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then
Just someone who got some power
live
lent.
for over 500 years.
I've got to think carefully. What do we know to be special about Furina? No. No. Though Child believed... though Neuvillette believed Child to be innocent, no. The meeting with the knave. 500 years is not a good argument. The Traveler doesn't come from this world, is not a god, but lived for over 500 years too. And what about the witches from the Hexen Circle? They all are human and live for a few hundred years. irrelevant, irrelevant, irrelevant. Tea time with N. But what exactly is it that... I don't see anything that is relevant. Child... or just... And even Furina didn't know why.
That doesn't sound right.
I guess this doesn't sound right, but like... What is the meeting with the name of the... or the... During the development of Knife revealed that she already probably on her own and believed was probably what... Oh yeah, I see.
First of all,
This could be it.
you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
It doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the veracity of the claim.
Curse. I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervalet?
So Furina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I
Oh,
have been
Furina.
carrying a curse
Just
like
stop
you
the act already,
how does
please.
that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods.
Then tell me, do you possess a gnosis?
Manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house. Or
Peter Parnkers.
consider the endemonium that
No,
is
not
used in
necessarily.
every aspect of life.
I mean, we could always just go and look at the Archons themselves. I mean, for example, we have Nahida, she's also really young, but we knew that Rukkhadevata has an adult farm, so it's kind of weird. Yes, Lord Zilla, you returned to a court case against against a deity that isn't even a deity. Funny, right? The truth behind the serial disappearance. The tea time with Anne. The tea time with Anne. Is that relevant? No.
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue can be used as compelling evidence to build our case.
Therefore, her pen's on fire. Hi, her pen's on fire. Like Hu Tao's voice line, huh?
That doesn't sound...
So it's actually child's conviction.
You tried to reference the Oratrice.
Yeah.
You as confused
I'm
as all
still
the rest of us when the
a shitty ass
Oratrice
an attorney.
without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Furina,
Please
I believe a
give us an
reminder of your
explanation.
current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
Yep.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
I mean,
That
we
was
have
no trick
to,
of
otherwise you will
rhetoric,
not
Lady
spill the
Furina.
beans.
I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me.
Whoa.
It is true
That's
that I did
whoa.
not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now. But then, Miss Furina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience.
So what?
Just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people.
Of course not, you idiot.
Converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Of course it is.
No matter how generous an Archon
This
can
doesn't
be,
make
how
sense
can
at
they give
all.
up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone.
I mean, you can always just look at the other Archons. They can still wield their power even without a gnosis.
Didn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough!
How to argue this without defensive claim.
Tell me then.
That's a good argument.
If I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
Monsieur Nouvelet.
You have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such. Then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Well,
Wow, she came up with yet another argument.
it's easy. The real Archon is dead.
Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
If we can't provide that she isn't the Archon, we can try to prove that she is just a human. And if she's only human... Well, experiment came to an offense of a protect that prevent her from dissolving. Sealed beneath the forbidden of the fortress of Minerals and liquid preliminaries right now. This one? No. Man, the serial disappearances? Yeah, it was the serial disappearances.
And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human,
then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really
Oh
will be the
God,
last time
Navia.
that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse.
Yeah?
Oh, and I must
Yeah.
remind you that after the disaster at
Yeah.
Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
God.
Navia from the Spina di Rosula. The
That's
Spina has
something.
governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
We'll get her. We'll get her, I promise.
Human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Will she touch? Furina?
This test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
But...
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
Yeah.
She's just staring at
That
the
is.
water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
She actually put her hand in it. She actually...
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon!
No, I won't.
Nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you are present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss.
Huh? What did she see?
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Furina, you
Wow.
may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run
Wow.
from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah.
So out of regard for Furina's life, you
That is
secured a
true.
low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great
Wow,
thing that
that's...
the direct
wow.
sample wasn't actually
This
used.
plot is
Furina
thickening.
I can't believe you...
But what's really going on here? Furina can't have not known the consequences of it. This is too unlike how she usually acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Because your facade is more important than your life.
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Oh god, Furina.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point.
Furina, it is time to tell us the truth. Tell us the truth.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty.
My god. The silence. Oh my god.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the
Oratrice
charges.
Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal. I'm sorry. It's such a serious moment, I have to. The Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal. Oh my god.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal,
Furina is not guilty.
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
It can't be. Did the Oratrice just declare her to be innocent?
no. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
What the?
One of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Furina's been sentenced to death by
Oh
the
my-
Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed
Oh
quite
my
strange.
god.
According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences,
Oh my god.
is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind
Oh
the
my
failed
god.
Francis case.
But what's more strange is, instead of Furina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Huh? What the?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
What the hell is going on?
The trial still going?
Fremine! Huh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
So, what exactly is going on? With some help from LiveCatUwU, Fremine.
That the first prophecy slate?
That's the first prophecy slate. Whoa.
So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water.
Holy
Has
crap.
the trial already concluded? Then... doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Don't worry, the mystery hasn't been resolved yet. It's still not too late for you to shine.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Yeah. What does the last slate say?
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon.
But who is?
So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Well, let's remember. Select to check the descriptions on the stone slates to exact key information of them. Oh god, no, oh god, no, oh god, no, no. The real events related to it.
Slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her. Does that mean that
The Fontaines
are transformed Oceanids?
Whoa.
Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
Yeah, seems like it.
Slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing?
Seems like it.
The third slate shows the Hydro Archon seeking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
This is quite something in the story. Verify truth. It turns out that Fontainians can be dissolved by water from the primordial sea. It seems to show the former Hydro Archon using divine power to turn Oceanids into people.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And this might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
More voice lines. Then we want to verify this slide. It shows Celestia floating in the sky. And the Hydro Archon enter people worshipping it together, but the heavens still brought judgment upon them. The entrance to the primals is sealed beneath the forbidden zone. No, this isn't it. Archon guilty to be punished via death sentence.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Oh my god. The third slide, it shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. Navi fell into the water containing primordial seawater.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea,
her consciousness was subject to judgment.
The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
And this... entrance to the primordial sea. Viewed by connecting her consciousness. Yeah, of course. So it's either this or this. Vonuvelet believed child to be innocent, or Trees judged him as guilty in the end. A seal beneath the forbidden zone and the blah blah blah. What does this have to do with this? Ha! Yes, the death sentence is still happening. Don't worry, I already know that this death sentence is still happening.
Was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
Yeah.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness.
And was forced to take a trial.
To make her stay.
Oh my goodness.
The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Whoa. Whoa. That's... oh god, why is the story so sad? Just what? Just what is happening here?
Paimon gets it now, so that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
The first slide reveals that Fontainers are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. solved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial. All of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was the creation of Fontanians from Oceanids.
And it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
Yeah,
And yet, after many hundreds
seems
of
like
years,
it.
the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
As for the first slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth slate.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of a prophecy, as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
Yeah,
You've made some
you
keen
did.
deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on
The
the
Hydro
slates,
Archon, yeah.
they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Yes. Please tell me, Novelet. What is it that you're seeing in them?
Well, did you get it?
What
I believe
is
I
it?
should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Then tell me, what is
Your
it?
hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial
I'm not sure.
restraints and return to the sea.
Maybe,
As a
depending on how
result,
you want to put it.
their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
Whoa.
Way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Whoa.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon
What?
be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
The entire population of Fontaine
Too much information for your
are
regular
Oceanids.
Fontainian But it does
Oh
answer
shit,
a lot
it's...
of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So they are in the right order. What is the third slate supposed to represent
The
then?
point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the Court of Justice.
It can't be.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
So it's either the nation getting swallowed by the primordial sea or Furina dying. It feels like there's no way out of this.
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
No.
If that's the case, does that
Not
mean
necessarily.
the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Not necessarily.
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Could it be the whale? Could it be the ultimate proof?
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Verify truth. The whale.
It was both dream and reality.
It's the whale.
About a true culprit that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth.
So all we have to do is go to the primordial sea and defeat the whale?
Disaster.
What the heck? Something's happening right now. Oh my god. Holy fucking hell. Holy mother. Oh my god. Oh my god.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
That's right. At which I've had it's also child for one, but Shelter when he was
So
young.
we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Teyvat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
Huh? So where did it come from?
Consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case,
God, so
won't it
this
come
thing
back to
is...
target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
So
That
this
is
thing
correct.
is responsible
Indeed, it
for
is more
the...
accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
So he... So the whale...
Maniac. We've always known that he had a special
Shit.
connection with that whale, but
Shit is so good.
we didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop
Like,
the prophecy
what the
is to
hell?
find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
What the hell?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Teyvat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe.
This is crazy.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
And completely stunned.
No matter what.
Wow.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
No.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything had still turned out like this, we couldn't fight against fate. But if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Then let's play our part. Yes, but you aren't part of Teyvat. Was it her real secret that she wanted to say?
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Furina!
No, I still need answers.
Did you just take a dive into her mind? What the? What is happening? Oh my god.
You.
Furina?
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
What the hell?
Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course.
What
Goodness,
the
no.
actual?
But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust
So
upon
the real
me by my
Focalor was
dearest
still
predecessor. That's the former
there?
Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also
Whoa.
knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as
The heavenly
no doubt
principles are quite
surmised,
something, to be
it
fair.
was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum.
The death
I
of
had
a
to
Hydro Archon,
outwit
huh?
the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm a genius, I know. I can
It's
only
fine. Have a
assume
nice
that's
day.
why
See you
Egeria
next
chose
time.
me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human.
Whoa.
And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
Whoa.
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished.
So that explains why in her playstyle she has two different forms.
Were her shortcomings. But in my
Oh my god.
eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy.
Oh my.
Under the curse I placed
That's so
on her,
cruel.
so long
That's
as
so cruel.
Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness.
Oh my god.
Instead, she was forced to take
How
the stage
cruel.
in the opera house,
How
to
cruel.
embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being.
That is true.
I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense,
Oh my god.
me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it.
Oh my.
It's been 500 years.
That hurts. That hurts.
And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
That hurts. That hurts so much. Oh my god. Just like it did with the Oceanid, the Fountain of Lucerne. Wait, could this be Furina's inner world? Furina, what is she doing on stage? Wait a moment, but probably... If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Let me try. Let's talk to this Furina.
You to come onto the stage. Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Now we're back at Furina.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is
Don't
no
look at
need
me.
to state your name.
Don't
Just
look
be
at
off with
me.
you. Do not distract me from my performance.
But I don't see an audience here.
Oh,
Just
do
let the
not
stage
jest.
lights go off,
Can you
please.
not feel it?
If only for 1 second. No, just can you not feel it?
I am Focalor. The
That
eyes
way,
of countless
I can become
Fontanians
myself
are upon me.
again.
I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting through to her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have? But even her inner self and subconsciousness would have such an impenetrable defense. An impenetrable defense. I have to find a way.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing
I cry
a technical
without echo.
difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Illusion shattered.
Okay.
What gives?
We should have the second one.
audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards?
You just want me to turn off the lights, don't you? So I'm doing it. So that you will tell me the truth from your side. That's all. The spotlights turned off. At Furina's hurt, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A ticket. When did that end up here? Either way, looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Furina. Scene 1. Before a mirror. Furina. We get to control her? And she's just Furina in her black outfit stands. No idea what it's called. I totally missed her banner.
Furina. Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me? What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The
Yeah.
people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of—
Oh.
Oh my god.
Very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is
That is the sad truth, isn't it?
But doesn't that mean everyone will die?
Poor Furina.
I'm a Fontaine
Poor
just
Furina.
like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty.
Yeah.
As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But
Yeah.
if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were
Oh my god.
scales, with all the
poor
people of
Furina.
Fontaine on one side and
Furina.
nothing on the other,
Poor Furina.
is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
The hope is lost. That is
How will
true.
I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be.
This
Being
is
a human yourself, I'm sure you
This
already
is-
know what
this is so
such an
sad.
entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
Why is this so
Not sure I
cruel?
understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial.
We will see.
How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Looking forward. But how is this so cruel? How is this so cruel? Like, look at this poor Furina. Look at this poor girl.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Furina de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Appear
In
earnest.
truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it.
My god.
I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that?
Oh my
She
god.
even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest.
What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's
No,
going
she is actually a Hydro Archon-based puppet.
on? Being a fake. This is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all Doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play.
Oh my.
Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of
Oh
this
my.
opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test,
My
you
god,
are qualified
that's
to witness wondrous trials
quite something.
alongside my august self here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking.
Oh my god. But Furina has to act like this. This is so cruel. How? This was so cruel.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Resolutely with conviction.
Dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the
And now she just put everything into it.
be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is
She
needed is for
really
you,
turned everything into a stage play, didn't she?
believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's quite something. Scene 3. Opera House Furina.
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
My own.
Magnificent,
I mean,
dramatic and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Well, the trial did come, but you didn't really like it.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
Oh my.
You remembered me, and you knew of my family too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an
He was pretending for such a long time.
words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Oh god. Just why? Why does this have to happen?
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Why would they have found something?
Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Oh my god.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just
Seems to be fine, yeah.
going, and everyone will be saved.
Oh my.
All right, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Scene 4. Opera House, Furina.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor
this
for
is-
us both.
Such so cruel.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think
Scenes
I
are
know
passing
what to
faster and
say.
faster.
I must show the and I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Scene 5, Opera House, Furina. And yet again. Scene 182,000 and whatever.
It's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant
Oh my
of a
god.
line most ardent.
Surely you exactly
Can't even see her face now. We can't even see her face now.
My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. Oh, really now? I didn't even notice.
Can't keep up the act anymore. She can't keep up the act anymore.
Overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Oh, Furina.
So interminable.
Oh my god.
Just
This is cruel.
Years must have passed by now.
Wow. This.
Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears.
Wow.
I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far?
No, it won't. It won't.
I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy.
Oh my god.
All I can do is keep heart.
This is so sad.
Maintain this.
It's almost making me cry.
It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Oh my god, it's almost making me cry. Scene 800 at 182,376.
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness?
Oh my god.
Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? the case. She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright?
Oh my god.
Furina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once.
Well,
Is it
that's
such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows. Surely it could not hurt.
Just
If you
do
let
it.
this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
But she isn't able to think long.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you
Don't
need
lie
to
to
do,
yourself.
dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
No.
Fine.
No. That's not it, Furina.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It
Oh my
seems
god.
that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Just
Good.
what does
Of
Furcolor
course, the
think?
Udex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Linny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
Whoa.
Alas,
That's...
your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
She created it to kill herself?
And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice
She created the Oratrice to kill herself?
It will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority has been, had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial
Oh
and
my
the
god.
sentence?
Oh my god.
This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontanians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the oratories. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Whoa, that's... whoa.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Oh my god.
Hydro Dragon,
Crazy.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice,
Oh my god.
I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words,
this is crazy.
Was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long.
The sin?
The highest judge in our land.
God, the heavenly principles are just...
power as an elemental sovereign. What verdict shall you pass upon us?
The heavenly principles are
I was
just...
invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Udex. I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position.
My
In the
god.
beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Focalor really...
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps
standing
this is
before the
one thing
guillotine.
both gods and humans have in common.
And we will witness Fogalar's final dance.
Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500
Fogalar's
years.
final performance. Oh my god. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my goodness. She just literally destroyed the hydronosis. So the power of the Gnosis was originally the power of the dragons. And Celestia took the power from the dragons. Like, this is crazy. This is crazy. Oh my god. This is really making me cry.
I, Iudex Nervalette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Oh my god. This is so beautiful and so sad. It's so beautiful and so sad at the same time.
Describe.
Holy fucking hell.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
It
Was
has.
that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
It
I
can.
have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
What? Sorry. This was really sad right now. This was really, really fucking sad.
But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from the way. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together. I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Holy hell.
Flicker.
Shine down!
Right!
all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility, and a chance will present itself.
What's that hole thingy over there? It looks really scary.
There is no escape.
What the actual fucking hell is this boss fight?
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power.
What the actual hell is this? Oh my god. Holy hell. What? Huh? Huh?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Huh? Huh? Your master's pet?
Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
What sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing
Oh,
that
God.
has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation.
I mean, this world is fake to begin with. I mean,
What sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
but actual, what the heck is with her outfit? She's...
Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Rhindaughter?
We've heard. Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Ah?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rheindotter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Huh?
Didn't you also mention
Just
a
what the
visionary person?
hell?
Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring
Oh
Narwhal
my.
used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
No, there's little to be surprised about it, Paimon. It is natural after all, the prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh my. But that is not entirely true, you know? I did not dissolve.
Help! Over here!
I mean, it did drown in water, but their sins are forgiven. They stay human. Fontaine's ship will be. Oh my fucking goodness.
All hands initiate emergency rescue.
Holy.
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand.
That's crazy. Gotta be honest. I haven't actually imagined Fontaine being swallowed by the water.
Look, the water's receding.
That's quite something.
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Oh my goodness.
Are you alright?
We're safe. The prophecy was wrong.
Oh my god, I feel like I witnessed a really beautiful movie right now. A beautiful tragedy. Why is it locked by a side quest? Why does it have to be locked by a side quest? I do want to complete that I'm sorry. We gotta switch to Nuvilat.
The pleasure is all mine.
We gotta switch to Nuvi. No other choice available. We gotta play more with Nuvilat now. Literally, now I would have actually just pulled for Furina for story's sake. Just what the hell?
Huh? Isn't that Charlotte? Who's her friend and what are they chatting about?
Be pleased with the cherry on top, Charlotte. Journalist extraordinaire. Please tell me you're joking. I read that a gang of criminals tricked the Gardamex by disguising themselves as blubber beasts. It's true, isn't it? It has to be. I've invested all my savings into graph adversarial technology and even taken out a sizable bank loan. I'm begging you, begging you like the beggiest beggar in all of begdom.
I need you to calm down a little, Miss Lapine, Pauline. I admire your passion for your
I
research.
can't take this
Don't mean to dash your
side
hopes
quest
for those,
seriously right now.
big ticket orders. But I'm afraid I'm not
I
joking.
can't.
The Blubber Beast
I'm
incident
too-
was a short story mailed to us by an anonymous amateur
I'm
author.
speechless.
written in the style of a true
I'm too
story.
shocked.
Funnily enough, but to our surprise, they fully supported us printing it. They figured that the false intel would be a great way to dupe potential criminals
Wow.
into wearing ridiculous costumes when breaking the law. In truth, Gardamex are extremely sophisticated in their capabilities. They can identify criminals just as reliably as the best human guards, so a crude disguise isn't gonna get you far. If anything, it'll just make you stand out all the more. Since we ran that story, so I knew this story had helped out.
Uh-oh. She really sounds like she's in pain. Hey, Charlotte!
Come on, I just want to clear the main
I
story.
was in the area taking some photos for a story when I got to talking to Miss Lapine Pauline about her research. She read an article in the Steambird about a criminal who evaded Gardamex detection by disguising themselves as a blubber beast. Inspired by this story, she spent a lot of Mora researching counter-criminal image recognition technology. Her aim was to improve Fontaine's public security by developing a device that could enhance Gardamex target recognition capabilities. She was hoping I could write an article to spread awareness about image recognition technology. She even paid me for the article and gave me one of her prototype devices before I could get a word in. But unfortunately, it was just a fictional story, and her efforts and aspirations were all in vain. I tried to let her down gently, but she's finding it all very hard to accept.
This is a new situation for us, too. It's such a pity. It seems like the author was only trying to make the story interesting, and the Maison Gardiennage only had Fontaine's best interest in mind.
She's just a victim of a misunderstanding.
Miss Lapine Pauline, what are you doing?
I'm gonna pick a fight with a Gardamex, head to the opera at Biclès, and get a one-way ticket to the Fortress of Meropide. That way, I won't have to repay my debts. It's the only way I can afford to keep on living.
Whoa, there's no need to go that far. I mean, come on, look at you. You wouldn't even dent the Gardamex armor. In all likelihood, they'd only hold you up at the Maison Gardiennage for a few days before letting you out, and then you'd still have to repay your debts. Actually, instead of going into the technicalities of that, how much did you actually invest? How bad can it really be?
Pretty bad.
270,000 Mora.
Okay, well, escaping to the Fortress of Meropide over a sum like that seems like a last resort. Surely there must be other options.
Not anymore. I used to be an equipment supplier to the Fontaine Research Institute before that blew to pieces, and now I'm just a small-time engineer. I scraped together some savings over the past few years, but I put
Hmm.
every last mora into this project, and now I'm left with nothing. It's not just my savings that are gone. It's my whole future as a graph adversarial technology specialist and my dreams of becoming a billionaire one day. My life is over.
Don't despair, Miss Lapine.
Oh
This
my.
prototype you've given me, the camera lens for image recognition sample collection. It's really quite something. You said the rapid focal length adjustment is a very useful
skip
function in
forward.
its own right. It's sure to make many So your research efforts thus far are by no means in vain. The technology you've developed may have many applications that you've never even considered. Absolutely. So keep calm.
I can't believe if this is maybe.
Come on, stop daydreaming about.
And I can probably speak to some people I know and license. There's no time to lose. I need to get to work. Early bird gets the worm.
Can you believe
Crazy.
everyone's pretty sure our advice went in one?
It's understandable. But don't you worry. Her research.
It's reassuring to know that you'll be looking.
Actually, it takes the right
Makes a lot. What
It's really
You're welcome.
annoying me right now
Yes, that's
how
how
this
I'll-
quest is obstructing me from the main quest. Well then, let's head to where we should for the finale.
The soil renewed. The Spinativasula tax post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spinativasula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, boon brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on
Wow.
account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always
Crazy.
call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team.
This ship is something.
Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
They might have been real big shots from the start. We just didn't meet them in that capacity.
Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship.
And so the
while Navia
prophecy
has
did
speeded
never
people
come
in the
true.
reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
The articles do make me curious about how things will play out.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
I see. But it has gotten a little late, so... My dear potatoes, if you have watched till this point, I'm gonna leave now. Thank you for staying this long, and we will play the finale later. In fact, the next time. So we will play the aftermath of this next time. We will witness the story the next time, the last part of it. This was truly quite sad, wasn't it? Well then, I gotta go now. This is crazy. My dear potatoes, I see you another time and another day. Goodbye for now, meow. And don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Bye bye. I gotta be fair. I don't think I can withstand this more. Even then, I don't think I could focus on it. What has happened just hit me hard. It just really hit me hard. Good night. Good night now. Have a good rest. I have to process this.